Well, I don't know exactly what happened to the auto start thing, but it was supposed to be at 7:15. So anyway, departure from the normal this morning. This is a non-farm payroll morning. The purpose of the stream is for my virtual journal. It's not for financial anything, and I will be trying a strategy out on this non-farm payroll, which is a 50. 5. This is the idea. This is if it goes correctly, it's funds. It meets the funding requirement or the evaluation requirement for a prop thing. So I've been trying to test this out. It's an old strategy I came up with a long time ago, and the pieces weren't in place. I'm talking 10 years ago. The pieces weren't in place. So yeah, here we go. I'll do the regular stuff later, I think. The reports out this morning are, of course, the numbers out are the non-farm payroll at 7:30. Obviously, that's the biggie. And what I will do is put a bracket order, 20 handles off either side of price, and then stand back and see what happens. I think the TopStep might not work because I think the daily loss limit, instead of being the account loss limit, is set at $1,000 instead of $2,000. So that's, I think, the limiting factor. We'll see what happens. It's not a crisis. This is just kind of fun. So, okay. I've got my risk neutral scale on. I've got my dome set. The trade panel is set up for it. I enter my trades with the keyboard, except this time, and then I manipulate them with the mouse, except this time there'll be a resting order above and a resting order below. And we'll see where we'll go. Just out of curiosity, just for fun, actually. If it doesn't work, I'll do something, I don't know what, restart the stream, I guess, because if it doesn't work, this account would then be frozen or, will have busted a limit, so that would not be tradable. So what I would do then was, I haven't really thought about that part exactly. What I will do then, I guess, would just be restart Bookmap with you can't switch accounts on Bookmap that I'm aware of. So, there we are. Just quickly, the overnight. Here was the overnight trade. Here's the micro composite, which is just daily RTH bars. This is the NQ. ES ES market profile. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's where we are for now. So I want to have my head together for this report, and that's what we're going to do. See how it works. It'll be fun. These columns, while we wait, are the high time frame, which I enter manually from the micro composite. These are the high and low nodes, volume nodes from the micro composite pushed automatically. This is the full session volume profile, the RTH session volume profile column, which will reset at 8:30, delta for the RTH. And this is the chart volume profile that only charts what data is visible. Only plots what data is visible on the chart. No indicators on either IRT or Bookmap. There's the VWAP for both ETH and RTH. There's a mid for just RTH only. There's a POC for the RTH, which I set the naked volume point of control at the last night at the RV POC because this is the most recent auction volume point of control when we open today. In other words, this is where we close. This is the volume point of control where we closed the RTH period last night at 1600. And so I set that. The IB high and low are just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH period. Nothing magic. The POCs are also not magic. They are just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So here's the EVPOC. So at 57.30.53 half is the price at which the most contracts have traded since 1700 last night, 2,369 contracts. The minute this one says 2,360 at 70 contracts, then it'll move up there. It's just that simple. So we're looking at 25 out. This is 730. We're at 76.86. So we'll put a resting order up here. And we'll go down here to 66.56.46. And we'll put a resting order down here. And then we just stand by and see what the hell happens at 0730. This is I've done some calculations to discover whether that's the correct amount or not, and it is. Now, will we get that kind of movement? I don't know. But we will see what we will see. So we're at 56, 65, 75, 85. I take this up a little bit. Going to move up and down as we get to 730. And this, if this works, it's done in a second. And if not, then on to the regular day. The book should lift off as it has. The book is completely cleared off. You see, there's no liquidity left anymore, and all the resting orders are gone. And we'll see what we come up with here at 730. Well, right there took me out. This swing took me out with the daily loss limit of $1,000. So that's disappointing because that is a problem with the TopStep account. You see that I have not remotely touched my lower order. And now we haven't gotten up to the target either, but that's maybe what I need to do is on the next time, which the funny part about this is this only happens once a month, right? The first Friday of every month. So what I need to do is look at instead of calculating my mean counter rotations, bring this down real close to price on either side. And then, because had I done that, this would have been this would have worked. So there's that. I better. Oh yeah, I got to do this. I forgot. I don't want that. There's a trade entry. So that's fully expected, but that's what I've got to figure out now is where to put those entries. Had I had the entry right here, it would have been over with, and I would have had the $3,000 over here. Now, what I'll do here on this account, This is specifically, this combine is specifically for this purpose. I'll just reset this because I don't care about it at all. It's just, this is just a fun test of a system that I thought of long ago. Disappointing. And I suspected this from the last time. So anyway, I've got the screen snap made, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I don't even have a snap to take on the IRT. Certainly not anything that's going to be doable that fast. I'll now re-download all the data because I got its knickers in a knot over here. Okay, so there we have that. Now what I'll do is I will shut this off and restart Bookmap. And I'm not sure exactly what to do. But anyway, I'll try it, figure it out. I'm going to restart Bookmap. Shut her off. I'll save it, I guess. And then I'll restart it with a normal account and back to normal life here. What I'll do is replay those a few times and mess with it a little bit. I've got all of the previous last 5 or 6 months recorded, so I can do every one of them and see. There we go. This is a normal account. Probably shouldn't have that on the stream, I guess. All right. So what happened here? Do I have my flag there in place? Yes, I do. Okay, so everything's as it was, and now hopefully this thing will download the historical data from overnight. That's what it's supposed to do. I pay them for that, so if they don't, I'm going to raise hell with support. It's irritating. This is supposed to say cloud or local data, and it doesn't, which is just freaking irritating. I mean, maybe it'll load automatically the overnight. It looks like it's going to, so that's okay. What I want is to be able to have my overnight stuff in place. Yeah, so bummer. Well, anyway, I guess I need to think about that for next month. And back to life as normal, as original. Yeah, that little pullback right there took me out. If I'd have just gone on either side of price directly, don't know how I could do that, but that would have been. That's what I'll try next time. Okay. Anyway, it's my calculation of counter rotation. I take the average mean I take the mean of all of the past 5 or 6 non-farm payrolls that I have in the database of their price movement, high to low. In other words, their rotation in the direction of the trade of a target or of a move. In other words, from up, long or short. And then I also calculate the mean counter rotation. And I was setting the entry above the counter rotation, but it needs to be recalibrated to that daily drawdown, or switch to a different prop firm for fun. I think I don't have any use for the guy or the firm or the company, but a number of people, I think, another person that I saw that has tried this, or two of them actually, they use Apex. Now, I don't know anything about Apex's rules other than I know they have the most ridiculous. They charge a trailing daily drawdown on intraday unrealized profit. So if you get in a trade and the market flies up and comes back down and you still close the trade, even with a substantial profit, your drawdown is based on the total unrealized profit, how much you didn't get of that. It's just this. That's just like putting up a sign. We want to screw people in this evaluation as much as we can. I mean, they should just publish that. But anyway, a lot of people use them though, so there's got to be some mystique there. I don't know what it is. Maybe just the herd mentality. I don't know. So there we go. We're back to normal now. Completely back to normal. Okay, so wind this up to where I have my scale. RT, this is obviously the report, so that skews up everything. Reports disrupt the current auction, the auction principle or whatever the hell you want to call it. Yeah, so now I'm way ahead of the curve as far as the stream goes. I guess it's okay. Looks like it is. I don't know what the hell's going on with why it didn't start automatically. I don't get it. Anyway, it's been working perfect. I did open it to make sure to confirm the time. And maybe that was it. Maybe it reset it or something like that. But yeah. Okay, why aren't you redoing data here? What the hell's going on? Need to reload this NQ data and get that this mess straightened out. So in reality, we have the overnight. This is the ES overnight inventory is all long, and they traded it up to the top. And interestingly enough, this report swing didn't even reach the overnight high, just got to the overnight high, according to, right here. This was the new overnight high. And they brought it back down and up again. So. There you are. I could swear this is the micro composite chart, which are daily RTH bars. I could swear that I could have sworn this closed up here, that this was not a doji or whatever you call that thing, like that. I'll have to look back at that. So let's see, where the hell am I now? All right, so we'll do the pre-market. Back to the original plan here. Did the report thing, the non-farm eval thing, Strat, which didn't work once again. I think I have an idea why, so I'll try it one more time. I mean, it's just kind of a joke anyway. It takes 5 minutes out of my life. So I have reset now to a proper account. You can see the non-farm payroll here, which skews everything, of course. This is the overnight in the ES. This is the NQ. Now that it got its knickers figured out. This is the micro composite chart and the market profile for the ES. We did have the micro composite volume profile, VPOC, volume point of control, migrated lower on yesterday's trade to 57.61. Now, these high market micro composite, high, low, VPOC, those things I enter manually in Bookmap. These red and green lines are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap. This Renko chart of the ES pushes all of the price levels to Bookmap, alongside of which, or in correlation with which, I enter the statistical probabilities for each of those prices based on the opening type. How do we determine the opening type? There are only two criteria. Where the potential upcoming RTH period open where it relates to the previous RTH period close, which is way down here, and the previous RTH period range, which is up here. So in this case today, we are higher than the close and we are out of range. So we are higher out of range. There could be a higher in range, there could be a lower in range, and there could be a lower out of range. Only those four types and only those two criteria. And that you have to do that in order to have a meaningful, statistically significant data set. If you have 1,000 different parameters, what the hell, I mean, it's ridiculous. Anyway, so that's where we are, and we continue to trade up. What does this mean today? It means that we will have a gap up opening unless they bring it back in, 45 minutes. What I will do now, let's run through these columns in Bookmap. This is the high time frame column where I put in the, and funny that there's the gap close from a long time ago. Anyway, where I manually enter the various levels from the microcomposite, like here's the microcomposite VPOC, which I mentioned that I put in there, 61, from yesterday. This is the volume nodes, high and low volume nodes, pushed automatically. This column is the full session volume profile, which started at 1700 last night. This column is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Delta for the RTH, and this is the chart volume profile. As I said a minute ago, it only plots what data is visible on the screen. This is my flag column where I will enter the statistics and the flags for the migrating VPOC and things like the as I mentioned, the naked volume point of control here this is the the volume point of control for yesterday's RTH period. This is where they close. So that means that this is the most recent auction naked volume point of control. In other words, it has not been traded over yet in an RTH period. There's also a VPOC for the full session. There's a VWAP for the RTH and a VWAP for the ETH and a mid for the RTH. The other lines, the only other significant line that usually talk about a lot is the IB high and low. There's the low. High is right up under here. That is the nothing special. It is just the high or the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH period. That's all it is. Called the IB, stands for initial balance, old market profile term, no secret sauce. That's just what it is. All of these other levels are straightforward, pushed from Bookmap. They are price levels. There's the previous RTH high. Here's the ETH high. Here's the ETH mid. Here's, they're just price levels. That's all. And the liquidity, or these lines here on the heat map, reflect the levels of resting liquidity in the book. So that's that. I will enter some statistics here. And those come from the study in IRT right here. Remember the open types. And so now we look to open higher out of range. That's this one over here. This study looks back at 2002 days. Of those 2002 days, 517 of them opened higher out of range or gap up, which is 25.8%. Of these 500 days, each one of these price levels was revisited by price in the upcoming RTH period this amount of days. So the overnight point of control was revisited 412 times when we opened higher out of range, which is 79.7% of the time. And you jump over here to the overnight volume point of control, which happens to be buried right under that. If I can get it visible here, maybe. Damn it. Well, it's down here, actually. Now I'm lost. Had it a minute ago. Okay. Anyway, so it's the overnight volume point of control. Is 79.7. The overnight mid is 64.0. Well, that's shining out here, so that's 64.0. And that's how you enter them. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to this, to putting the statistics levels alongside of their associated price here in the Bookmap columns. The overnight high is 77.6%. Well, that's a better hurry. Huh? And this will continue to migrate, right? So if they take it up, it'll continue to go up, and it's probably going to do that, so I'm not going to worry about that. The overnight low, same thing, and I continue to do the same for the rest of the statistics here. I think that pretty much has that done. Okay. Now, an important thing to have happen is we got to be able to trade, right? So I activate the market multi-brackets, change it from the risk thing. This is the my standard 2-lot risk neutral package. 2 contracts or cars or lots, whatever you want to call them. They both have a stop of 12 ticks. The first risk neutral scale is at positive 12 ticks, and the runner's at 48 ticks. I also have one that's a 4-lot, and it uses 4 contracts, stop at 12 ticks. So that would be $600. The first risk neutral scale is at 2 lots at 12 ticks. And then 24 ticks is one runner and 48 ticks is the second runner. I'm sort of half tempted to start using that I'm tired of just jerking around and not being able to trade much. And then when I do trade, it's tough to get someplace, but we'll see. I'll think about that in the course of before the open. So I've selected my 2-lot package. Then you have to initiate, then you have to initiate the trade control panel. Now I initiate all my trades with my keyboard, not my mouse. So over here, I select the DOM only rather than the chart or both. And I do that because this, if you can see this fine line here, and you can see the difference, all these volume delta bars and all this nonsense is going over here, stops and things. But over here is nothing but just the bid and ask, or the inside last price, which is what I have marked, inside of this column. If you accidentally click in here somewhere or intentionally, you'll enter a trade or an order, depending on how you click, right click, left click, shift, whatever. And I've done that by accident trying to move a target. So I discovered that since I enter with the DOM, with the keyboard anyway, I only manipulate or have active the DOM. So I can manipulate my orders over here, or stops, or put a resting order on the DOM only, and I eliminate the possibility of an error. So the market is completely random, right? And the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. If you want to have a professional, consistently profitable trading business, you have to realize those facts, and you have to realize that it is a business of statistics and probability. It's not about predicting where the market's going to go. It's strictly a business of probabilities. Therefore, skewing the edge in your favor increases your probability for success on that particular trade. And I'll get into the rest of that business as a trading as a business later. But that's the reason I don't use this. I only use the DOM and eliminate that possibility of an error. That gives me a little bit of an edge, right? Increases my probability. And then you make sure, obviously, that the setup that you planned on and your risk on your multi-bracket is correct, which I know that it is. So now I'm ready to trade. I don't watch my P&L ever. So there you are. You know about the statistics. You know about the statistics. You know about the all the different columns here, all the different levels. Okay, and here, right under this value area high is our overnight. You see that? See where it says overnight volume point of control there? So that's our 79.7%. Just happens to be located at the same spot. Now, one other word that's of value probably, or to help clarify things. So we know that there's no mysterious secret sauce about anything, including the POCs. It's just the price at which the most contracts are traded. The rest of these are fixed absolute levels based on what they say they are. This is yesterday's close. This is the overnight low. Oh, that's a good number to throw in there. Where's that? 34.2%. 34.2. All right. That's all they are. The statistics, we know they are just the probability or the percentage of time that these prices were revisited in the upcoming RTH period based on the open type. That's all. Now, the reason I put all this stuff here, oh, come on. And I will change this title by doing this, higher outer range. And I'll tell you why in a minute. Because I can't do two things at once. Okay. I do all of this stuff so that when I'm trading or in the course of the day, I can look in one spot right here and my eyes don't have to go any place. And I know what type of open we had. I know what the statistics are as related to the particular price. I see where the high volume and low volume nodes are, and I can see if there's any upcoming or important higher time frame stuff. Right? So that's why I do that. And yeah, the yellow brick road here, the POC, will continue to plot all day and all night. But as the day goes on, these wander off the side of the left. And so if I have these flags in here, and those flags look, this is just an arbitrary place, right? But those flags look like this. These are the migrating VPOC flags. So there will be, at the end of the day, there'll be a whole string of these wherever the price migrates to. And that tells me if I'm nearing a previous volume point of control or not. All right. What I was going to say was the developing value area high differs from the value area high in that the plain value area high is the previous RTH period's value area high. The developing value area high represents the current auction. In this case, now this is the developing value area high for this ETH period. And when we have a new RTH, this boy will be the current one that's moving, and this one will also. This will be previous, and this will move to the developing value area high and or low. ETH VWAP, RTH VWAP. I mean, what the hell? Oh, shit. I didn't think of that. That's what the problem was. When I changed, there's two different things. The stream start is one thing, and that resetting of the scenes and all of that is set within OBS. Now, I hope to hell the stream is working right. I'll have to go check if I've got two open or what the shit's going on here. I don't know. Tried to get clever and clevered myself right out of Dodge. Yeah, that's why it started. So that means it's 8 o'clock. That happens every morning at 8 o'clock. Panda. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, yeah, my little crying kitty cat's in here for some petting. All right, so now I got to try to figure out what the shit I got going on in stream world here. Well, I'm way ahead of the curve, so that's good. As far as normal stuff, I guess I could take a moment to finish my discussion about trading as a business, because I have time now. So if you are interested in having a sustainable, professional business of trading rather than gambling or a video game or, that kind of thing, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. It's just a decision, right? Do you want to have a business like a mini mart or a bank or a gas station or a construction company? Or do you want to, go to Vegas? That's kind of it, really. Well, the point is then that if you're interested in a business, you've got to come to the realization that the markets are completely random. The probability of your next trade is 50-50. And the only way to do it, to approach it, is as a business of probability and statistics. And that's not just me saying that. That is the most successful hedge fund manager company in the world in history. Renaissance Fund by Jim Simons. And the, forget the name of his Medallion Fund. They averaged over 66% return after 40 and 5 fees for 33 years. Never hired anybody from finance, only hired mathematicians and statisticians. Ray Dalio, BlackRock, Soros, the most successful traders in the world. Tom Sosnoff with Tasty Trade, the guy that, put together Think or Swim, then sold that to whoever the hell bought that, whatever the names are, and for $1 billion, built Tastyworks and has sold that for another couple $1 billion. Was a options market maker in Chicago for 20 years. Knows very well and openly says we're in the business of probabilities. What that means is you determine a setup and the specific criteria that qualify an entry for that setup or that trade. Then, off market hours, using backtesting software or whatever, you identify minimum of 50 examples of that exact trade with that exact setup, and you determine mathematically, logically, statistically, does it have a positive edge or not? Is there a positive probability that you'll reach the risk neutral scale? In my case, is there a positive probability that you'll reach the runner at 48 ticks? How about if you bring the runner back to 36 ticks? How about if you use the stops at 16 ticks instead of 12 ticks? Those are the what if kind of things, and the things that you have to do away from the live market with some sort of backtesting software or whatever you do, Excel or however you do it. And if you've identified that is the case, you do have a positive probability for those things with the specific criteria, because the criteria can't change. You can't change the stop on one trade and the stop on another trade, the target on one trade, and the target on another trade. You're not comparing apples and apples. It's bullshit. You're kidding yourself. If you want to have statistically significant data, they've got to be identical. Anyway, if you have established that you have a positive edge or expectancy or probability or whatever word you want to use, then your mission as a trader in the live market is to take that trade with that specific setup every time it presents itself. And you no matter what the outcome is, you take it religiously, almost mechanically, and the law of large numbers will manifest that percentage probability edge to your bank account. If that sounds familiar, it is the exact business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of the casino. They play absolutely no games which they have not previously identified a positive edge or expectancy, and with specific rules. And their mission on the floor of the casino is to deal as many hands or play that game as many times as they possibly can in a 24-hour period, because they know the law of large numbers will manifest that edge to their bank account. And I don't think it's a big secret in anybody's world who's making the money. They know that gamblers will win, They don't freak out. They don't shoot the dealer. The pit boss doesn't run over and change all the rules. They say, hey, congratulations, you're the big winner. Here's a drink, blah, blah, blah. Come back and see us soon, whatever it is. That's it, because they know that that's the cost of doing business, that it's a random market. The probability is 50-50, and there will be losses. If any trader says they don't take any stops or they have a 100% win rate, you've got to know immediately they're full of shit. That they're just an internet guru, and that's the end of it. So that is the true secret sauce or holy grail of trading. It is a business of statistics. You have to identify specific setups with specific criteria away from the market, identify what that percentage is, that edge, and then take every one of those trades that presents itself during the trading session. Your object is to get as many occurrences as you possibly can. That increases your profits by the law of large numbers. So there you have it. Straight from the horse's mouth. And that's not just this horse. As I said, I'm the least person you should listen to about it, or that I listen to about it. I am convinced of it because everybody I know that's a successful, that is truly a successful professional trader knows that, and that's how they trade. As again, Jim Simmons, Dalio, BlackRock, Soros, famous trading teachers like Mark Douglas, same thing. Tom Sosnoff, a live guy working today. It's about probabilities and occurrences. So there you have it. Now that is trading as a business. That's where the true edge is. And it ain't in indicators. And there is no right way to trade or wrong way. Well, the wrong way is emotional and listen to, Dr. Jekyll and Hyde and, succumbing to FOMO and revenge and all those kinds of things. I mean, as a human, you're never going to get away from that or eliminate those things. But as a trader, you need to recognize them and not act on them. I probably am overcompensate against that and find myself, especially lately, being in more of a position of paralysis by analysis, which is not good either. But it beats the hell out of the alternative, I guess. So there's that. Something about Bookmap that I want to say here is that it's got some things that are pretty amazing. First of all, you can wind this thing out. This is 0.5 of a second between these lines. 0.5 of a second. That's something. I don't know what. You can get even further out than that. There's 0.2 of a second. Okay. And something else. So you got to watch that, I believe, with Bookmap. And another thing that I find myself doing is look at this. Unless I can see these grid lines and have a maximum of 2 ticks between the price levels, I lose perspective of the range within the trading window. Okay, this gives me a good view of what's happened overnight. But this doesn't tell me where I am as far as my range goes. Now, one of the things that I think I forgot to mention with my trading, so risk neutral trading setup, is that one of the major requirements for that is that for a entry to be valid, I have to have an unobstructed path to the first risk neutral scale. In other words, there can't be any levels, huge liquidity, or anything between me and the first risk neutral scale, which is 3 points or 12 ticks. If there is, that's not a valid entry. And that's proving to be a real limiting factor. Something that I need to explore with what-if scenarios in my backtesting away from the market, and I'm teaching myself or trying to teach myself Python so that I can do that effectively and efficiently, and I'm hoping I live long enough to get all that put together. So what I do is this: I have this wound in to where I can see these grid lines, and I have 2 points or 2 ticks between, and I can quickly see what I've got for range. Pretty much that seems to work for me. Okay, I'm gonna take a bio break and get some water. Be right back. Wow, this is kind of a luxury being ahead of the curve here as far as time. Usually the stream starts at 8, and I'm just got to keep ticking over here to get up to ahead of 8:30. Now I'm gonna take a moment and see if the stream is upside down or what's going on. I'm gonna jump over to the whatever you call it, YouTube thingy and studio, and make sure that I'm not streaming 15 different things and whatever else is happening. No, everything looks okay there now. All right, so that's good. Yeah, it was just that timing thing that I was suspected that was it, but I wanted to be sure. It's an add-in or a plug-in in OBS that you could set up a switch automatically, starts a stream, switches the screen, does stuff like that. It's got a whole lot of things you can do, and then I have another one that does all the hotkeys now, so I can just do the hotkey stuff, and at the end of the day, it's automatically saved to a text file, which automatically generates then the chapter markers for the stream when there's a trade. So yeah, okay. So we're at 15 past the hour. I'm going to get ready for the TLab post, which is something I do every morning. I first post the reports at about 6 on the TLab, and then I make a post for the other members at 8:20 every day. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Started by a guy named Tom B, whatever his last name is, and it's the only site or place that I recommend and have a link to here in the description, just above all of the disclaimer stuff, which of course this is only for entertainment, as I said in the early part of the stream. It is my virtual journal. I hear what I was thinking by my narration, and I see what I was looking at by the video, and I stream it to YouTube so that I can be able to listen to it on different devices. And I've made a commitment to only take trades on stream, so it's transparency and accountability. But anyway, back to the TLab. First of all, it's hosted by Bookmap, obviously, but it is absolutely free. And you don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap, which is pretty amazing, in my opinion, that they provide all those resources for free. Obviously, their goal is to have you see how great it works and then subscribe. But the point is, nobody's honking you to do that. And Tom has been trading for over 45 years, his own personal account professionally, and is very successful. The most important part is, to me, is that he has absolutely nothing to sell. There's no course, there's no bullshit, there's no, I'm going to be your mentor, join my private room, none of that crap, ever. Is even not even a whiff of any kind of intention like that. He purposely doesn't call trades because he thinks that you should be, he does comment continually in the chat room via text, and then he streams every day from 10:30 to 12. And he'll say things like, observe, the next, if we've got to get over this for price to go up, or it looks like we're in mean reversion now, whatever. There's like 60 PDFs of setups and trades and stuff that he's got posted in there in a archive. And there's a good group of traders there that have some of them very successful also. So I recommend that. And every day at 8:20, I post a screen grab for those folks who do not have, all the charting facility that I'm fortunate to have, so that they can have all the numbers. And that screen grab looks like this. So it shows all the numbers. This is a full session chart. So it's got RTH. It's got overnight, RTH, ETH, etc. All the levels, and then every level you ever dreamed of up here and settlement and stuff like that. Naked volume points of control and whatever else. I do that every morning at 8:20 just to try to help out, or try to be of some, some help, I guess is the way to say it. Contribute. There you go. Just try to contribute a little bit to the TLab, and I do that every morning at 8:20. So I will do that this morning at 8:20, which is right now, actually. Assuming that my thing is going to work, which it doesn't seem like it is. Oh, wait. Wrong keystrokes. Sorry about that. All right. I hope I wasn't changing stuff. Nope. Okay. Okie dokie. Now we'll just kind of get ready till get ready for the open. I'm ahead of the game. This is nice. I'm real tempted to switch to this the larger risk neutral trade package. I'm tired of being so disciplined and conservative. So now, I hope everything's going right here, stream wise and all that kind of stuff. I guess it is. I'm obviously not a striving to be a YouTube influencer, as I said earlier and repeated before. The stream is my virtual journal. So it's, selfishly, it's for me. And if it helps anybody else or whatever, that's great. And yeah, sure. It would be nice to have a community of people to chat with. That would be kind of fun. And, certainly if, had 1 million views and was making 20 grand a month doing this, that'd be nice too. Doing that, that from YouTube, that'd be great too. But that's not the goal. So if it doesn't prove to be a good thing or helpful to trading, or maybe deleterious to trading because my focus is on doing this, then I won't anymore. But that's not the idea. Is that I think it's the best all-around scenario and beats the hell out of writing and typing and all that stuff as far as I'm concerned. Now not YouTube, Bookmap, if you turn it on, Bookmap records every tick, every movement, every order, every mouse click, everything that you do on the screen. And it records it so seamlessly that if you replay it, don't look, you're not looking at the status bar at the top, which is, they clearly identify that it's a recording. If you don't look at that, you would not know that it's the real market, that it isn't just regular live trading. It's seamless. The flow is perfect. There's, the timing, the cadence, everything is it is exactly as it comes in. But it doesn't record audio. So that's why I do the stream. And because it's on YouTube, I don't need to have Bookmap running to review it right now. With Bookmap Replay, you can actually trade just like you're trading real time. So it's great for practice. But for just reviewing your stream and what you did and all those kind of things as a journal, from the point of view of a journal, it's the stream is my choice at the moment. So we'll see. I have a couple other journals, regular journals too. I have a local one and I have Journalytics by Jigsaw. And if I could get these guys at TopStep to get their finger out, Jigsaw, the Journalytics automatically captures the trades directly off Rhythmic and brings it into the journal. Then I have Rhythmic set up to automatically export my daily trade stuff to my local machine, one of my local machines here, where I have a local journal that I built long ago. So trying to do it right, and right now I'm in the throes of being able to properly vet trades, as I was just talking about a few minutes ago. And it's like everything with, I don't know whether it's just me or whether it's everybody, but so easy to go down a rabbit hole. My goal is to be able to efficiently identify and vet positive edge or expectancy in a particular setup with specific criteria. And would be great to be able to have easy, here we go, we're open, easy what if ideas. And then I end up spending hours and hours and hours teaching myself Python so that I can do that. And that's not my goddamn goal. I don't want to be a Python. I mean, sure, it's nice to be able to do something and add a skill set, but the object of the mission was not to be a Python coder. It was to have an efficient system to vet or, identify statistically significant positive traits. It's frustrating. If I could find a site where I could just plug in my shit and it would do it automatically, I would, do it and never look back. I wouldn't, as I said, my goal is not to be Mr. Python. And we're open. And I don't know what's going on with ES or the NQ. Oh, there we go. I do know what's going on. There we go. Yeah, so they're going to bring it back down a bit here. These opening swings, teensy weensy swing high there, and then to sell off now. Okay, 96 to 89. 86. There's almost 10 handles down on this swing. But as per my discussion, I have no range here. This is not, first of all, this is not any kind of a trade I've vetted. How would you be able to do that? You'd have to have 50 examples of non-farm payroll days. That's 3 years. I mean, so that's why I think capturing it in the live market is pretty tough. And anyway, I digress. So there's not 3 points here. This is a breakout. Typically, in my view, this is another thing I need to identify and vet and really be sure of for me, a breakout trade is I actually code that as an error. Because typically, if I'm looking at a breakout, I consider it to be FOMO, or like chasing. Now we have a VPOC migration down. The VPOC migration is a TLab structured trade. That didn't work out like I had it planned. I don't know what happened there. This thing needs to go away. And I don't really play it because I get my ass kicked every time I do. You would think that it would have legs today, but the second I would take this short, they're going to run it back up here to the VWAP and mid. Sure as shit. And when I sit here and don't do it, it'll run off just like it's supposed to. The idea is that you have a VPOC migration lower. That's signaling lower prices. trades below, comes up, doesn't get anywhere, trades back through and continues. Now, so my problem is, and here we go back to the ability to capture the data away from the live market, is how I have not been able to identify a good, viable setup and trigger. I mean, the setup's easy. You see the damn VPOC move. It's the simplest one of all. But what's the trigger? Now, this is a trade. This is the VWAP to VPOC trade in the trader's lap, but it's only 2 points. So for me, it doesn't have the range. Or do I put that together with and call that the VWAP and call that a signal for the migrating VPOC? You know, there's a lot of, yeah. These are the kind of things that happen in your mind and that you have to narrate. So, mid VWAP to VPOC are trades. And I think there's an extremely good likelihood, as so often happens, that price will come back up here and test the previous volume point of control. Is this still too high? And that's a developing value area high, don't forget. And look at where we're going. Geez, who said that? Who was that mass man? So this VPOC migration, once again, would have stopped me out. And there's not range to any target. Yeah. You get the point. One of the reasons I think that this stream idea and then constant narration is a good thing is I believe that your brain believes what you tell it. I think there's actually proof scientific studies around that. And your brain, I also believe your brain has a tremendous facility to manifest reality. There we go. Price check at aisle 3. And now the IB30 the IB is being extended. And then remember, market's only been open 6 minutes. So how did that work? How did that work? Let's see what these guys are babbling about in the TLab, if anything. Thought long, scaled neutral. Well, good for you. Says the overnight VPOC stat was hit, but that's not the case. And that is right here. So that has not been hit. I don't know what happened to the mid. It went somewhere. So they tested up here and brought it right back down in a big hurry. I'm almost tempted to take this breakout and go short here just to. What is there? Are there any lines or levels? There's a high volume node there from the micro composite. 61. Yeah, that's nothing. What I want to be careful about is that we're not falling into a mean reversion scenario, which is outside in, mean reversion, reverting to the mean, which is the POC, and the middle, and the VWAP, everybody in a big pile down here. And we've done that so far. What have we done? Traded up, traded down, we traded up, we traded down, we're trading back up. Or easier to see over here, perhaps. Down, up, down. Now we are getting a little bit lower here. But is that the case? We've extended the IB low down a couple of times and only pushed the IB high up once. maybe that's a statistic, but here we are at a mean reversion, smack back. Back. Oh, I guess things are working. There. I'll go over here and test this out. I forgot about doing that the last couple of days. I've been busier than a cat covering crap lately with my what am I doing? There we go. Not what I was looking for. There we go. All right. Wow. Talk about meaner. What the hell is going on? Is there another? is there another something or another? FOMC member Williams speaks in 8 minutes. There you are. I guess that's what they're waiting for. It's only a 2-star event, but seems like it's pretty. Seems like they're in the hold for something, doesn't it? Yeah. Also, I will never trade from the middle out. Now they are looking to get up there to that overnight volume point of control, I guess. So just, again, we get a divergence here, 163 out. Buyers don't get anywhere. Conceivably mean reversion again. But for me, there's a 1.5 to that obstacle. There's another point or half a point to that obstacle. Then there is 3 points down to this target. But what happens is I can't take this up here, which is the most advantageous location. And it's really important to understand about asymmetrical trade location and the effect of your entry on your overall trade with regard to stops and targets. If you entered short up here, forget that I have a risk requirement or a range requirement, enter short here. Consider that this is divergence. They can't get any higher than this for whatever reason. There's a bunch of liquidity laying up here. Okay, you enter short here. Your stop can be 2 or 3 ticks above. Definitely out of traffic, except for over here in the report. Okay. If you wait to come through these levels and short down here, where the risk or the range requirement is satisfied to the target, your stop's right in the middle of all this traffic. So, in my opinion, the probability of being stopped out is much greater. Same story just happened again right here. They came back up and tested this same level. This iceberg's been working up here, and down they come. Even here, you come through, you come back up and test developing value area high, divergence, and down you go to the mid. That's true. This is conceivably okay because your stop would be 3 out, right? So it's at 6. Stops above these levels. So that's kind of out of traffic, and it would have worked out great. But hindsight. Rear view mirror trading. Love it. The stock and trade of the majority of internet gurus. I can't say all because I haven't listened to all of them, but pretty much everyone you listen to has got the same line of shit. Show me any one of them that trades live. And I will say, even for Tom and TLab, he doesn't trade live because he used to narrate live, because when I first started listening there, he would narrate for 4 or 5 hours sometimes. Then Bookmap organized all these different people in groups and give them each an hour and a half or something like that. So he doesn't get to start narration in his little stream until 10:30. And so he has to go back, or at least he feels like it. And I believe he's right. He has to go back and recap the pre-market, the open, and where we are up to the current time. Sometimes he finally gets up to real time or, current market, and sometimes he doesn't. But I think that it would be, all of that's important, I guess, but at least 1 or 2 days a week, I would prefer if it was just, okay, here we go, we're trading live. And frankly, like I do, stream it, But none of my business. And I'm sure because he is essentially representing Bookmap, that they've probably got, if you've ever listened to any of the Bookmap presentations, they've got this ad nauseum disclaimers about that they always read through, and so I'm sure that they've got legal, and it's a very successful company. So I'm sure some dork would love to, lose his little life, his little grub stake of whatever else it is, and then sue the dog shit out of him, I suppose. All right. Well, this is pretty exciting. Little in the middle. I'm forgetting my VPOCs here, my flags. Flag, baby. One thing to point out, if anybody hears this and trades with a keyboard on Bookmap, if you don't have the Bookmap app window selected, your keyboard doesn't work. The keyboard trading doesn't work because it doesn't have focus, which is normal. But it's something that I have. Like if I reach over and unmute my OBS mic and forget to click back on the window here, and then I try to key an entry, it doesn't happen. Obviously, if you trade with your mouse, it doesn't apply because when you click the mouse, it provides the focus. Now, my FOMO self would like to take this trade to the IB low because we're nearing the IB30. But remember my conversation about asymmetrical trades. So even when I started talking about that was right here. Where's 3 points? Oh, wow. Hardly congested at all. Hardly near the most the most heavily traded price of the session. And Yeah, and then it would go exactly to, and there it did, to the IB low. So I would have been scaled, and there you are. But and it was within range. I forgot to mention that. It was from here to here is range, right? Is range plus, and now it would be a risk neutral scale and possibly going lower. But this is when FOMO and chasing starts to happen to you, to me anyway. And all these hard lines in the sand and rules and stuff, are hard to stick with when you see something like it comes down through here, comes up and tests, doesn't get anywhere, and then it goes off for 10 points without heat. I mean, that, you start wondering, well, what am I, nuts or what? But that's another example of when a statistical analysis, backtesting, can be so beneficial because you can see how many times does it test POC and go to your target. For example, I don't trade from the middle out just simply because that's one of the old tenets of and here we are looking to close. Wow. Yeah, there's the Fed speaker, I guess. And don't forget, we're working on a gap here. So they closed the gap. I'd forgotten to change my charts to IRT charts to regular trading session. So far, they're not being accepted in range, let alone value. Bear in mind where we are now. Mid and VWAP, or other way around, mid and VWAP are now below POC. And full session VWAP is down here. This is the gap close. And we're not getting any place. Not getting accepted in previous range at all at this point. This 3-point range thing is killing me as far as maybe it's saving my life. There's another way of looking at it, but everybody, including Tom, are talking about, well, at this absorption down here, we got long targeting mid VWAP and potentially POC, which is valid, but impossible for me to do. From the overnight mid to developing value area low is range, but there's all this below you. God, I don't know what. Maybe I should just forget about that. That's a good job for my coding story. these kind of moves are real hard for me to deal with here too. Obviously FOMO, and you start wondering, okay, so is this a pullback to get on a short, or why is this big sell off happening? First of all, they are back. Looks like they're being accepted into range now, previous range. Will they, take this IB low, which is not really an IB low yet, of course, but it is an IB30, which is the IB statistic is an old, well-known statistic around. Oh, look at it go. And I'm just sitting here like a bird on a wire. When they get into value and get accepted in previous value, gap rules say that the chances it'll trade all the way across that value. Now, whether that'll happen or not is another story. And value's down here at 53. What I was going to say about the IB is that it's a commonly known statistic that the IB stat, which is over 90%. Wow, I can't even get this thing out far enough where I can get it wound in. It's commonly known that over 97% in any open type, either the IB high or low, are revisited by price in the remainder of the RTH period. Hard to, not really tradable because it's OR, right? Well, remember that the IB doesn't set until 9:30. But there's a fella named Rod in the TLab, which is a code guy and statistics and good trader, who did a test at, I think he also uses Python. But anyway, he came up with a statistic that says that there's a not as high, but in the 90s high chance or probability that the high of the first 30 minutes or low of the first 30 minutes are exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes. So the TLab folks now call that the IB30, and the old original one they call the IB60. So right here, we extended the IB low in the second 30 minutes down from up here. So that, and it can be done multiple times in 30 minutes, but that technically that IB30 stat was that particular time satisfied. Now what this crap is about. Will they get it into value and get it to stick? I don't know. And why they're doing this, I don't know. Got a big low volume area up here at, well, that's the MCVPOC too, so that's also something. Well, this stat's not valid any longer because we've traded over it about 1,000,000 times. So I'm gonna nuke that one. That was from 16th of July. hate having to eat my own dog food, not being able to take these shorts, but it's just irritating. No range down here. Test up some divergence, but way terrible location at the bottom, short in the bottom. Well, it's not the bottom, but mean reversion higher is probably more likely. They tested down and didn't quite get back to down to value the last time, and were definitely not accepted in it. So up they went. Frustrating. And here's 3 points, according that previous RTH high. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Well, they're teasing those gap guys pretty bad. Oh no, they actually did a pretty nice job here. I didn't notice that. Sorry. Yeah, 10 points. That's a pretty nice. That's a pretty good job. Stupid. I'm stupid. Whoa, look at that. Damn. Again with the FOMO. Every time I walk out to do anything, I come back in and I see this crap. Irritating. This would have been a justifiable entry right here. Trade through this level, up, divergence, and short. And now here we go into value. So this will be a big tell. If they can get into value and keep it there, they'll likely trade across it, is what the old rules say. This is definitely not the place to short. However, we aren't at an IB low either. The IB is not set. It's only 928. So if you short right here, where's your stop? Right there. Bad idea. Timing is everything. You need to stay in one place and focus on the market, and I'm having a problem doing that lately. I don't know whether I'm tired or old or got too much crap going on otherwise or what. It's kind of uncanny, though. I go out and fill my water bottle and come back in, and a move I was standing here thinking about it gone. It happened. Timing is everything, though. So we approach the IB60, or the old-fashioned IB stat, which will be set. This IB level right down here and there will be set at 930. So if they take that out, that stat will be satisfied. But way more than once, remember the OR part of that statistic. And way more than once, a couple of times in this week, we have traded down here and then taken out the IB high to satisfy the stat. And in this case of a higher out of range opening type, statistically, the difference is it's 97.1% the OR part. The overnight high and low is also 95.4, which we've already done. However, the IB high is a 64% statistic, and the IB low is 58. So there you go. It's splitting hairs. You'd have to kind of think that when you're this close, you're probably going to take the low, but it is not written in stone. That's for damn sure. And, remember that it is by definition, it's the low of the first hour. So it is about as outside of edgy as you're going to get. And they're right on a high volume node, and they're right on previous value. Those are all pretty important levels. All pretty important levels. If you're short from above and you're scaled, then hey, it's a lot of fun. It's interesting. There you go. Go figure that out. The hell was that all about? No news that I know of. So I don't know what to think here. I guess I do know what to think. I think I'm going to have a bite of my nice sandwich. Whoa, now I'm sleepy. Homemade Vietnamese baguette and a bunch of other stuff. Well, I'd say something. What the hell are we doing here? Well, we've traded down through into value, weren't accepted, rejected back out of value, and we're still trading inside of yesterday's range. Well, so far. Now they're pretending they want to go up here. That previous RTH high, of course, is range, right? It's real important for me not to fall into the rear view mirror trading gap, or abyss. These moves here, there's no way you can control your risk. I don't know what that means. And when I see this kind of crap start happening, I get spooked because I don't know what the market's up to. And then they do this on thin air. What the hell? Over. And here's another thin air maneuver. Back out of range. Now, the old gap rules say something along the lines that if we close the gap relatively early in the session and we get accepted in previous value, then high probability we trade across the previous value. And I've seen that 100 times. However, we have been rejected out of value. This is value. We've been rejected out of value twice now. And now they're even poking their nose back up out of range. The remainder of that gap rules is if we're not accepted or if we get rejected out of value, the probability is that we trade back across the current range in the direction of the gap, which so far seems to be happening. Now, if I ate my own dog food with regard to asymmetric trade location, this was it, right? 209 stops out, 100 over here. That's not really exhaustion, right? Or divergence. Well, there's 53, 21, 27. And then buyers kick in. So do you go long here above the IB low in value? Looking for higher ground? I guess you do. Or have we now been rejected out of the outside range and we're back in range and going to trade back down? Right now is a piss poor time to get into a trade because your stop is in the middle of a mess up here. And your stop and would be right in the middle of all of this and developing value area low if you went long. So I would say short towards value area low, but we've not had too much success sticking below that. So right in here is a terrible short. even though it's, 3 points, but your stop's right in the middle of all that traffic. And here is range, right? Previous RTH high. Just above it, we've got this collection of beauties up here. So, and above that, of all things, this is the POC way in the hell up here at 90. Yeah. Yeah, boy. So the next possibility is, what is the next possibility? What's this POC sitting at? It's sitting at 7,400. So what do we got to do? Well, the closest suspect is down here at 57 at 5,200. That would be pretty easily taken care of. No. Wow. Well, haven't we already invoiced them? Didn't we already invoice them? Well, maybe I'll see light differently in a shower with a shower out of the way here. They're trading back into the range again. I don't know. Again, this is just a shit place for an entry, right? There's 69, there's 71. So you're right in the middle of all of this traffic and levels and everything else. No good. No good. And even though it's probably a good short against that previous RTH high, and so we're in range, and now we're trading back down again. Are we going to get accepted? Are we going to get through value and head down? That's what I don't know. But this is just poor timing again. It's on my part. On my part. Now, besides being a breakout down here, this is also called short in the hole, which is nothing makes you feel better than shorting the low of the day. Don't know what to think here. Looking at the day on a bigger picture, we are short, right? We're lower highs, lower lows, little pullback, swing high is not above this swing high, and selling down again. This is the value area, and most importantly, this is in range. They were rejected out of this previous value before. Whether any of that, this is just all market profile and market auction market theory and all that. I don't know. I sometimes wonder if it's just all dazzling bullshit to keep retail people occupied thinking about stuff. Well, algorithms just pick their pockets. I don't know. And they are having a hard time making it stick even in this value. So, yeah, they're definitely somebody's excited about getting it up out of the previous range here for whatever freaking reason. 69.72. Right there. You're right in the middle of all these levels and this these stops and fuel and previous trade. So it's just a really bad location. Even though this is a short, this does have the range to short, right? So it's 79 to 73-ish. Or 69. So that's, 6 points there. So there's a 3-point scale plus a reasonable target. It's just, I think, a real poor probability when you're up here. There is exhaustion, 51 up, then 1, then 8, and now they're selling it back through value. And maybe they'll get somewhere this time. But I am not, and I repeat, not going to get short in a hole down here on the MCVPOC. Because I don't believe that people use that word in here like spit. Yeah, well, so for me, it's just frustrating, but at least I'm not stupid. I'm not breaking my rules, right? This is a poor location in the middle of all this traffic, developing value area low right here, which we have not been able to hold below successfully most of the morning. Down here, the breakout stops right in the middle of all this traffic. So, yes, I guess this wouldn't have really been a qualified trade. I guess you could say so. Traded down, traded up, and exhaustion to the level. But we have these stops and stuff above up here. I suppose this would have, well, and this does have the 3-point scale. So this is probably where I should have gone in when I was standing here talking about it. But at some point, just got to throw on an asymmetrical trade and go with it. This late into the morning, I'm starting to imagine that they could be looking to trade, get it down into value and trade it across. They still can't stick it in value, though, for any period of time, which is right there. Conveniently, the IB low is right on the previous value area high, or, within a tick, I guess, or something, or two. There's a theory that somebody said that the IBs are more or less set by a higher time frame. I don't know if that's true or not. That's one trend of thought. They sure are not. They are sure not interested in sticking it in that previous value area. That's for goddamn sure. And there's the migration. Now we might have an opportunity to get it down into value and keep it there, but I don't know that. How long ago did I make that post about migrating down to 14 or 57? I put that in the TLab about an hour ago, I think. Uh, 10 o'clock. Okay, 38 minutes ago. $38 minutes ago. Now, had I just eaten my own dog food there, I would have been way ahead of the curve. Let's go look around. Go look about 10 o'clock. Well, here was 10 o'clock. And I said, we're going to migrate down here. I posted here at 10 o'clock. Yes, it was pretty obvious. It's highly likely. I posted at 10 o'clock. Leave that. Well, wow. So this is where I left here, I guess. And they did this again. They can't get it above there, and they can't stick it in value to save their life. Barely, they can barely get it to stick in range here. Here we are back above range again. Yeah, so this is pretty much impossible for me, given my risk or my range requirement. I guess down here I could have done a mean reversion back, which would have been just 3 points to this previous low, but pretty quite a bit of risk and for not much profit other than the runner. And 1-to-1 risk reward is pretty much impossible to become successful. Have a consistently successful business because, for example, if you take 2 stops in a row, you've got to take 3 positive winners in a row to be 1 ahead. So that makes it, I think, decreasing your probability. That's why I like the risk neutral and then a substantial risk reward ratio on the runner. Damn, sorry. Went down the wrong pipe there. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. think I was muted there. What I was saying was we got a high volume node here and a low volume node in the volume profile at this just below the developing value area high. Right here, we've had a bunch of tries up here, and I mean, in the last hour, obviously. Before that, we took off like a rocket at 12:30. But we've tried several times to get up to developing value area high again. So in theory, this would be a short, but this would have been, but still not scaled. Now sweating bullets, right? When I talk about divergence, what I'm talking about are, here's 105 out, and here's 23 out, and here's 2, 1, but it just keeps ticking up. Very few stops up here, but no selling either. So for me, that doesn't say anything. Well, let's see, 1:30. Hour and a half to go get the gal. Now here we are with a one sell stop up here. It looks to me like they're just going to trade the living crap out of this thing right back around all day long, I guess. What are they doing? I have no idea what the thought process would be. NQ's almost identical. It's not surprising, but this is the ES, this is the NQ. So they're pretty much in lockstep. They are not, and there's not really one leading the other. Well, actually, I guess you could sort of, at this moment, the NQ's leading a bit here on this developing value area high sell off. Now that would have gotten you down to scaled. Well, not a very warm and fuzzy feeling there. And I have no idea what to say about these V bottom kind of things. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's not any kind of a trade other than if you're a scalper, and then tell me how in the hell you vet that kind of scalp. I mean, I don't know. And how do you know this is a V bottom and this isn't a V bottom, boom, boom, or, remember that it's so easy to look in that rearview mirror and be a regular wizard, but get over here on the hard right edge and tell me where that's going. Right now, is it going to test up to the developing value area high again and then sell off? Are we going to go charging up to the top for new whatever? What levels do we have? Anything left? Oh shit, we still don't have the overnight volume point of control taken out. That's pretty amazing. Nor do we have the IB high taken out. Huh. And the open's clear up here. And the overnight high is not taken out, which is a statistic I ought to put on there just for my own record keeping here. 77.4%. So we've got some major statistics up here above us. Why you don't do what you're supposed to do there, Mr. Eyes, I don't know. So we've still got the overnight point of control and the volume point of control and the overnight high above us. And what else? The all-time high is up here. And a whole buttload of volume points of control areas. So it's very, very reasonable to think that this thing is they're gonna either just grind it up or hit it. They wouldn't really, I don't see where they'd get a squeeze or anything out of it because they've got to shaken everybody out by now. I would think. Getting a whole bunch of tops up there if you want to, if you're the kind of folks that think about double tops and all that. I mean, here, look at this little section here. We've got all these little hits up here at the top, right under the developing value area high, putting in a zipper, basically, consolidation area, which you can see right here because of the way the chart profile draws it. But where's the point? It's right here. And that's on a high volume node from the micro composite, which is Well, notice how the developing value area high shifted way up. How the hell did that work? Well, the developing value area is where 70 or 68 point something, 69.8% of the 7.8% of the volume is traded. So I didn't hear it do anything, but I didn't hear it do anything. Right. I'm noticing that we're having higher lows, and higher highs over here. This little consolidation is heading up. NQ is pretty much the same thing. Now is a time for me to be particularly careful because I started thinking we're going to start making a move, right? Well, it's just turned 2:00 or 1400. So that's way early to be anticipating any kind of a closing move. And we're consolidating right up here at the top of developing value area. Right across here. It's really amazing how often the old standard gap rules really do apply and how well they work. Gap rules say that if we gap way up or gap either direction, this today's up, right? If we close the gap and enter value relatively early in the session and then get accepted in value, we will trade across value a high percentage of the time. If we are rejected out of value, we will, chances are particularly high that we'll trade back in the direction of the gap. We traded into value once, twice, 3 times, rejected out each time, and we've traded all the way across value for today. And here we are at value area high. It really is pretty amazing how, obviously those old observations were had merit. I'm just tired. I'm tired once. I'm not retired. Pretty amazing. And even more amazing that I know them and I don't listen to myself and follow them. All you had to do was go long here, or this rejection out, or this test back in here, which was also, incidentally, the IB failure. Wasn't an IB yet here, but this certainly was. This was, and you would not, and it went long anywhere in here. Well, you have all this upside and you don't have you're not stopped out, but certainly this, I would have certainly been exiting. Now, if I were still in the trade, I would have been thinking about an exit pretty seriously right here when this VPOC migration happened down. And then the VPOC migration up, and you go, okay, yeah, and there it's tested down, came back up, went through it. Yeah, but how far down did it test? Where did you get in? 72 to 65. There's 7 points. That's what I need. That's why I need to vet these trades and have some sort of a dependable and efficient system to do what ifs. Because I know that this exists, and I don't have billions of dollars and a team of minions, so. And throwing on a long right here might be a very viable thing to do. The problem is we're just at the top of this consolidation period, which is a zipper right here. Over here, sorry. We're just at the top of this consolidation, this zipper. So we've tested 1, 2, 3. We're messing around with 4. Are we going to do that, or are we going to come plummeting down to the VPOC and then horse around down there? That's where you have to be at peace with the fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50 and that the market is completely random. That's why you should only trade vetted trades that have a proven statistical edge. I have no vetted trade that says in a non-farm day when we gapped way up and have closed the gap but been rejected out of value and are now trading at the developing value area high, will that trade and have tested it 1, 2, 3, 4 times, will that trade higher to those targets which are lurking above and very high probability, overnight high and previous high, or Will it revert to the mean? I have no clue. I have no trade like that. I've vetted, and I'm pretty goddamn sure neither does anybody else. And right now, all the dorks that think this is going long have got their stops floating around right down here. So that's just juicy target for, fuel. So these are the dilemmas that I find myself in, and why I refer frequently to paralysis by analysis. But at the end of the day, I have to get some sort of a vetted trade so that I can just trade that trade. And of course, then vet the next one. So you have a whole playbook. Let's say talk about an SMB and Tom. There you go, see? Everybody got all excited and jumped on that breakout, and Fox on die like a fox on the run. Not really tired. I'm just tired. BMX. Change your name. Slot Rosie to Slot Machine. No, I'm at kind of at the point where I would feel like just throwing on a trade and standing back. But so many times I've done that early like this, and it's blown right back in my face, that's to be expected. If you took a trade right here, what's the expectation? We have tested above this developing value area high how many dozen times across here? It means that all these dorks have their stops down here. Here's mid, here's VWAP, here's VPOC, incidentally. And we do have these VPOC levels and then some statistics above. But this is just a coin flip. Absolutely. And it could take off right now and go blasting up there, just like everybody thought it was going to do right here. And a bunch of people probably got short or long. The NQ is not doing much. It's still fussle-fighting around. It has gotten up above its developing value area high, but it's right now bumping up on the high that's kept it in now. What am I doing? Been contained by this low volume area right here all these different times. Right? And it's bumping up right there. So. Yeah. I'd love to put a trade on and just go to bed. I actually did that on TopStep X, which is an account I have on another machine, and I just play with it because I thought I would try that platform out, and man, it's a mess. Certainly not to use, but since I have that, I'll do things like put a trade, see what I think a trade's going to be in the ETH, put it on, just go to bed, see what it says in the morning. A couple of times it's worked out great. Last night it stopped out, but funny. I just trade one lot, but It's really a mess. I hope they get it straight soon for their sake, because if people are actually trying to trade on that thing, wow, volume profile should. And it's the charting that's behind it is TradeOvate. Trading View, which has a reasonable volume profile and several things. But the version they got is way stupid. Unless you want to just play a red-green video game and, with nothing particularly professional or, no volume profile worth of crap or anything. It's just a real nightmare. And I know that Trading View has better, but apparently they keep that for themselves and their white label shit like this. TopStep X or whatever it's called. Sure as hell ain't it. Bracket orders, you can't do multiple brackets or multiple entries, and still haven't hit those stops. Got a few at 28, but you can bet your sweet ass that there's more than 28 stops living along down here. They did pull into this liquidity, but you can bet your sweet ass that there's a lot more than 28 stops living in this area right down here with all these tries for the top and all these people holding their breath. That's what I think. Anyway. And the only trades here out of here for me, would be a breakout basically, because I can't take a trade down in here anywhere because this is, it doesn't meet the 3-point range. So it's got to be over developing value area high, means then that I'm trading a breakout. So I'm screwed. Basically. Or I go completely counter trend and counter rotation and, do things I won't do, which is, or things that I do, but I don't recognize are happening right now. For example, is this an outside in? Is this a mean reversion trade from this low volume area up here where we've tested several dozen times back down to the VPOC? Maybe. But we are at this moment, if you want to be specific about it, we're trading. Context has pretty much switched and we're trading back to the upper. I think context is long at this point based on the fact that we bottomed a couple, 3 times here. Now we've got higher highs and higher lows all the way up. It's just, welcome to my world. A lot of buying there. These balls are delta too, by the way. So there's a lot of delta buying going on right here. Well, so is that a reverse V and now it's a short, you know? Yeah, kinda. So awful early. I'm sitting here with my fingers over the keyboard thinking about a long, but obviously I missed the bump right here. This is kind of a chase. And are they going to actually get some sort of a, what's the squeeze? I don't know. I don't know what this motivation would be, but shit, over. So irritating when I turned to type something to the TLab, and when I look back, what I typed just happened. Jesus. Oh yeah. Anyway, there we go. They love E, say the old folks. Now we've jumped right up to the VPOC of this upper distribution right here. We traded right up there, and now we're building right on that, whatever that means. So I went to the bathroom and missed this one here too. Huh? Well, that's timing is just magic this morning, today. So we traded right up to this upper distribution right here. Now we're gonna, test above that, trade back to the mean. We're gonna come down here and trade back up to the mean again, or are they gonna take it up to the top? I don't know. No. 14:30. Awful early. Awful early. I'd like to get a long on for that high at IB high and the overnight VPOC, the overnight, whatever it is that's up here. Overnight high, overnight VPOC. But I don't know that either one of those are going to come to pass here because that would make it another neutral day. And now we got a gigundous doji. Yesterday was a big doji in the middle, whatever that's called. And then now we got a big something or other hammery thing. This crap here, I don't know, this doji, I think, and then what we're put together here, whatever that's called, shooting platypus or something. I don't know. Yeah, this day is going to get away from me, I think. This is disappointing. Yeah. Yeah. I was going to go long, and then I thought about it twice, and here it is, and now it's gone. He who hesitates is lost, I guess. That's something funny I haven't done before. Oh, shit. I didn't want to do that. I want to flatten. How do I do that? A reverse position. Oh, hell, I was right the first time. I think. What am I, long or short? I don't even know. I guess I'm long. Okay. Where's the goddamn target? Something's all crazy here. I don't get this at all. I don't know what happened to the target. I don't know what happened to anything. Hmm. Yeah, I should have been over here. I shorted just by accident the first time. I don't like this. Just complete fall off of volume here. I'm not going to do anything here. I threw a trade on that TopStep X thing just for the fun of it to see what happened. And I was magically up. I even entered the wrong side of it to start with and had to reverse it. I was actually up a whole bunch of ticks there for a minute on that spike. And then now it's just hovering around entry. And at 95. This didn't work right. Even the bracket didn't work right. I don't have any stops or targets. This thing is just a goddamn disaster, as near as I can tell. So 803. Is where the overnight high is. Well, this is one of those consolidation areas where it's either going to break one way hard or the other, I guess. My opinion, they're going to take it up to the IB high and maybe catch the stops above that other stuff. I don't know. We'll see what happens. There you go. There's the IB high. It didn't get the RTH high, previous high yet, which was at the yeah. No, that's the EV50. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. Open it. That's right. Okay. I don't know how to trail a stop on this stupid thing now. I don't know how to put a stop in. I suppose you can, but I don't know how to do it. Funny that it's trading different than Bookmap. Pretty weird. I don't know. Wish I knew how to put a stop in the damn thing. I'll just hit the flatten button when it gets where I think it ought to be, I guess. I don't know what they're going to do here. Are they going to sit on top of it with their fat asses, or what are they going to do? Let's see what happens when 50 comes in. I wish I could I wish I knew how to enter a stop on this thing. I'd put it in there above my entry and then not worry about it. But I don't know how to do that. That's probably something I ought to know how to do. Needless to say, I haven't spent a lot of time messing with this thing. Boy, they're trying to hold the top on it. That's for damn sure. Whole bunch of liquidity up here. I would think it'd rip, but what the hell do I know? They're keeping a lid on it for some reason. That looks like some liquidity lifted off there, so they'll probably get through it. Yeah, there they will. There they go. Get a new high in there. What's the matter with you guys? There you go. There you go. Oops, where's the flatten? I missed the flatten button. God damn it. Get up there. One more time. Ah, that's coming back the other way. There we go. Picking up now. Yeah. Ah, you douchebag. Get up there. Ah. Next time it's up around $1.50, I'm going to flatten it if it gets there. Now it's down 70. Now it's pulling back 75 cents. Guess I had my moment in the sun there and didn't take it. Yeah. I guess that was it. Oh, it's a shame. Got it up to 77.99 and couldn't get it any further. I guess it's not over yet, but I mean, I wish I had. I wish I knew how to put targets and stops on this other thing. I'd do that, and then here I'm getting ready to go here at 3:00 to get TAM. Come on, man. What the hell's the matter with you guys? They're gonna just keep screwing with it now until they're pooping my whole party here now. Now I'm down $100 the other way on that other thing. I was up 100.5. It could be a mean reversion though. Just basically, I mean, if you want to pretend that this is what they're doing. But this is always a dicey thing here at this closing trade. Not really the context for a closing swing trade because it's basically in balance. There is excess at both ends. Not very much at the RTH, but yeah. Well, we'll see if it jumps back up there again. It can go up as fast as it goes down. Of course. It would be nice if this thing were reasonable to. Oh, there we go. VPOC migration. That's what we're needing right there. And that's over there. Oh, wait, that's the wrong program. Never mind. Yeah, market profile really sucks. All right, get up there now. Well, I'm green by 7 ticks. Let's get a new high. Let's get that ETH high and get me $150 or something in here. Knock that $480 stop yesterday night overnight while I was busy sleeping. I just put a trade on there and I put the stop way out. I put the stop over the high. It happened to be I happened to go short rather than long. And if I put a stop over the high and I put the trade down at the bottom end of the volume profile or the target at the bottom end of the volume profile, went to bed. That was that. Boy, I wish I had a way to put the damn. I wish I knew what to do as to how to put a stop in here, but I don't. So I'm just going to have to stand here and manage this stupid thing. You going to get over that IB high now, like big boys and girls, or what are you going to do? Apparently not. Market unclose here in a couple of seconds. And we might get a pop-up on the market on close orders, or it might fall out of bed. I don't know. It does one of two things, typically at 1450. Right there, for example. Well, they're jumping down on the top of it there. Got liquidity coming in on the top. They're not getting through it or lifting off, so that's not a good thing. There we go. I took it off at, I don't know, $100 or something like that. And now it'll probably run, but I don't want to stand here managing this stupid thing. And I've got to get ready to go get Tam. So some things are a lot more important than others. Yeah. Yeah, I should have taken that $1.50. Now we'll see where it goes now. See what it does, but it looks like it's pretty much gone to bed now. And that's not on stream, of course. It's on another computer on a TopStep X platform, which is a browser-based thing, just for fun. Well, they managed to catch that EV50 stat, so they got that by a tick. They got that by a tick. Stat done. And now, well, I'm glad I took that off. I wish I'd have taken it off at $1.50 over there, thinking I was going to get greedy. But if I'd have had trailing, I don't know what happened to the brackets. I thought I had them. Oh, I know what had happened. I know exactly what happened. Yeah, I set this last night. I had a take profit of $600, which is 48 ticks. And I changed that bracket so that, yeah. Okay, now somewhere is that, better cancel all if there's a goddamn target out there, some flipping play. Oh, and there's falling out of bed. Well, there you go. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's why I didn't see any target or stops. I had a, yeah, I had this 600. They don't allow you. I mean, it's really crazy. It's really geared up to get a bunch of, I suppose, the younger retail people suckered in or something, because it's, you can't, it doesn't work in ticks. It works in dollars and a whole lot of stuff like that. So what's going on in the real world? Well, there was a pulled through that, took it off up here. And now here we go. Wow, look at there. Closing swing trade. I should have left her on. I should have left it on. Isn't that funny? And I'd be right back up there now over my previous high. So I would have been pushing a couple $100 over there on TopStep, but well, that's what happens, right? I didn't expect that here for sure. I didn't expect this closing swing business here. I thought that, well, yeah, that's what I get for thinking. We might get that all-time, that ETH high yet. That's pretty funny. If I'd have had known that I had the brackets on that thing, I would still be in it because I would have set my target at the ETH high and then trailed up and gone to get TAM. Now we're up at 58.01. Yeah, way up 10 points away. No, 4 points above where my high and quite a ways above where I got out. It is such a immature piece of software. It would probably be good when it matures a bit, but like the dome levels of the dome aren't aligned with the chart, which is right next to it. Is way kind of crazy. Certainly, in my opinion, doesn't make trading for the average Joe particularly easy. That's for sure. Well, that would have been a 6-point run if I'd have been focused on this platform and just taken this swing low, sweet chariot, and gone long for the hell of it. That was 6 points. So that would have qualified. That's a 4 to 7. That's the scale. Okay. And then on we go. Oh, yeah. And it's not over yet. They're going to take it on up and get that overnight high. Sure as the damn world. So both of those, they're not there yet, but, they've got 3 minutes to go and they're 2 ticks away. I'd be kind of flabbergasted. There you go. So that's pretty snazzy. And on up. On up. Wow. What a disappointment that I didn't go. But I didn't trade this one, stream, and I didn't manage the TopStep one very good. The Prop X, Top X, whatever it's called. What is it called? TopStep X. Okay. Not to be insulting or make fun of their name. I just didn't remember. Yeah, well, there you go. Closing swing trade, basically. And you see why I mentioned earlier about getting premature, getting ahead of these moves, thinking something, like getting long here, thinking this is going to happen. It's way too early in the time frame, and then they pull it back. Those people that got long down here are tickled to death, right? 93, there's 10 points with essentially no heat. That's the way to trade. I didn't do that. Well. So I knocked a little bit off anyway. Yeah, it's not the chart, the definition and stuff is fine if it just had the same tools, like the volume profile worked, for example, would be, pretty snazzy. And if the goddamn dome prices would stay aligned with the would be aligned with the chart. That's just, I find that completely nuts. That's, you see, that's like saying that these levels here are not aligned with over here. How stupid is that? And they're not over there. Pretty crazy. There we go. 3 o'clock, baby. Bam. And here comes that POC smoking right up to the top. There we are. I missed it. I called it this down here at 97, I think. No, I did call it up here. No, I was down here. Yeah. Okay. So there we are. We closed above the overnight volume point of control. It's a neutral day. Both IB high and low taken out. And we're just not too far away from another all-time high. And I don't know what you call this thing, a hammer or something, I think. Which I guess would say that the basic consensus, well, it's obvious. Here's the VPOC, right? So where is the point of control? Where's the most traded price? It's right here at 5,800. So that's essentially retail. So what they've decided is that, value is being accepted higher. There you go. Not completely out of range yet, because there's the old overnight high. We did surpass it and take the stat, but we didn't close up there. So pretty snazzy. And I am going to remember to shut the stream off this time, which I have a great weekend. I will be doing all my homework starting when I get back. Get those vetted trades, get my journals updated, and blah, 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 blah. Have a nice weekend. Be on Monday morning. Every morning, I have this thing automatically kicking off at 8, I think. So there we go. I'll probably leave this public and put the chapters and everything, because I had that crazy experimental evaluation trade at the non-farm payroll. I try to always leave streams up that have a trade, even though that's not really a trade that I would want part of my normal trade plan toolkit. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, have a good weekend.